Hello? First room of the year! Now already starting off with a muted mic. Good, good. Glad to see that some things don't change. Hello everyone. Happy belated New Year. Yeah. Yeah, some things don't change, ever. Good. Yeah, well, January 2nd. And I think it's time for me to get back to some landscaping because Broom has done. For better or worse. So we are gonna get into the hippie haps with the Jarrow Mountains and everything that still needs to be done there, which is quite a lot. Going through relatively quickly though, so that's good. So yeah, let's just get into that and see how far we can get today. All right, let's see if I remember what button I have to press. I think it was 4. First try. Epic. What an epic start. Did I say Jarrow Mountains? Colovian Highlands. Yeah. It's clearly not my year. Already so many mistakes. Barely even scratched the surface. Yeah, I'll stay away from the GF. No worries. I'm already on my map, going way around the shrine of, what is it, Sanguine, because there's some big changes that need to be done to the terrain for the Great Forest and the Colovian Highlands to match up nicely. So, just gonna stay clear from that until we have room. So, all good. It looks like I'm rocking back and forth. I'm trying out a ball. I'm sitting on a skippy ball. That's why you'll often see me bouncing around. So just a heads up, because my back's just been killing me and nothing helps. So I thought I would start sitting on a ball. Oh well. Yeah, let me do a quick road call before we start. A phase, got a law, glitz, rendrag, bella, chabella, Trujo, Titan, Omega Red, Pelzer, how's it going? Hey Hannah, good to see you. Give Nuke, Venom, Caro, Repairman, howdy howdy, he's Verken, MD. Looks like that is it. Yeah, no worries, Caro. For now, after I finish the Colovian Highlands, I'll probably jump on the Gold Coast real quick to give that a once over. But I might actually work on a Jarrow Mountain after that. We'll see. Hey, Rose. Who or what is in this cave? Echo mine. Are you bandits? Okay. So how's your New Year's so far, everyone? Having so much fun with Bellator's Folly. Come to realize I love doing mines. Mines are pretty cool, yeah. Devs in chat, when's the next merge gonna be done? TBD. Ideally, we wanted to get a new merge done before the new year, but one of the people in charge of the merges is sick, and I didn't want to, push people, especially when it's holiday season. So instead, just opted to take it easy and try and get a merge in when everyone is back in action and, you know, feeling themselves, feeling good. Probably somewhere in January we'll have another merge. Yeah, I hope so too. And Jack isn't feeling too good either, and he's part of implementation. So, yeah, all in all, bit of a shitty timing for a merge. Had COVID last year, and now I've COVID again this year. Oh, well, that's a shitty start to the new year then. Yeah, man, that could work. I reckon after January, because we also have a new developer diary we're working on now. Why is that not doing nothing? Dee-doo-dee. What a cold today. I hope it's not the sea cold, but just a regular old cold. To be honest, I'm so not looking forward to going back to work tomorrow. Sucks. Fucking sucks. Cynthia's Elite statue looks good. Yeah, it looks fucking amazing. Cynthia's really been killing it. She's gotten a lot better, 3D wise. Very quickly as well. I'm a bit jealous, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. How was your New Year's? Yeah, it was good. Spent it at home. Nothing, nothing special really. But then again, I never really do anything special for New Year's. That's fine. Watch a cooking stream with your dad. So wholesome. Yeah, that was fun. I did that last year for the first time, and people seemed to really enjoy it. More importantly, my dad seemed to really enjoy it. So yeah, he asked me if we were gonna do it again this year, and I was like, yeah, you know what? Why not make that a thing? So yeah, here we are. I was actually really happy my brother joined in as well. It's sometimes a bit difficult to get him, I don't know, to join in with stuff. But yeah, it was cool to have him there as well. And he seemed to really enjoy it too, so. God damn it. Couldn't just stand on the chopping block, could you? Still need to watch it? Yeah, Glitz, I noticed. I was actually gonna go through it myself today. I still might, actually, tomorrow during work. You know what I never see? Like, the big ass axes used on the chopping blocks. And you know what? Why not? Whenever I chop woods, I use like the BFGs. Big fucking axe. We have a small one for the tinder, I guess you'd call it, like the little pieces of woods, but I always use a big chopping or a big axe to chop the big logs in pieces. So I don't know, I've never used one of these before, but first time for everything. Thanks for the save, Rose. Can't believe it's been a year since I've seen you. Likewise. Totally hungry for antipasto salad. I have no idea what that is. Seems like it should be tradition. As someone who doesn't have any family, it was nice to watch. Yeah, for sure. It's gonna be a bit difficult when I'm out of the house. But either, you know, I go over to my parents' place next year or the year after if I still haven't found a place to live by then, or they come over to mine. So yeah, no doubt I'll try and keep it going. Hey, Doig. How was your New Year's? Whereabouts do you live? I live in the Netherlands. I'm not gonna give you my exact address, but I live in a small town, half an hour away from Amsterdam. The perks of growing up in a small town is that when I grew up, you know, there was always space. There was space. There was forests. But it gets a bit boring, I have to admit as well. Like especially if you're around my age. It's not like I'm some crazy dude who loves to go out, get drunk or get fucked up every weekend. But I would like to go, I don't know, like pooling with some friends. That'd be cool. And there's just we have 3 bars in this place where I live, and there's 2 issues with them. One, because it's a small town, there's no regulation in terms of whether or not people smoke in there or not. Legally, you're not allowed to smoke indoors in the Netherlands, but people do it here anyway because, you know, it's a small town. Who's gonna go to the cops? No one, because everyone knows everybody. So people smoke like a lot in those bars, and I just can't stand it. I don't smoke, so like, just, you know, my eyes hurt for one after being there for an hour, and just, you know, your lungs get so, I don't know, so raw from just spending a few hours inside a cramped location with so many people and so much smoke that I just fucking hate it. And if I was to go to a bar, I would like to go to a bar from like How I Met Your Mother, you know, like a chill, calm bar where you can sit around a booth with maybe 2-3 other people and just talk, chat. Basically do what I do when I hang out in Discords, you know, with a friend. Just talk, only with a beer or cola or whatever. But yeah, that's not possible here, fortunately. Made soup from a tin that was meant to be spicy and it's not spicy. I'd take it back to the store if I were you. This week, Colovian Highlands landscaping. Next week, Colovian Highlands landscaping. Manscaping? Oh, where we go into intricate detail on Colovian Highlanders' body hair grooming practices. I don't know if I can host that. I have like 3 hairs on my chest. Exactly, Pelzer, yeah. I applied for lead design role in Amsterdam, but didn't get it. Going to apply for Gorilla. Oh fuck, yeah. I'd love a job at Gorilla. I applied for a few jobs at Gorilla as well. Didn't get it. Felt the same when I lived in Prague. Oh, cool. Any chance you know any of the Warhorse people? They're also situated in Prague. Trying to think of what else to do for like a bandit mine. I don't want every bandit location to be filled with corpses because, you know, I don't think every bandit wants to murder. You know, you want to hold people up, but not kill everything that moves. I got a bit of gold. I don't know, maybe some necklaces scatter around. Shoes. I'll just mention this again. I'm sitting on a skippy ball today because my back has been hurting a lot lately, so I'm just gonna try that out for once. Because I have one laying around anyway. It's just like it's a really small one, so I have 2 cushions and then a skippy ball. It's interesting. Stopped smoking 3 years ago. Smoking ciggies annoys me so much now. It does. Like, it's surprising how much smell comes from a cigarette. Because I was driving a few hours ago back home, and I was standing in front of a traffic light, and even though there was, you know, gases coming from all the cars and, you know, the regular stench of the big city, because I was actually in Amsterdam, as luck has it. But despite that, I was still able to smell the cigarette that someone was smoking with their windows open, even though my window was closed. Just through the air conditioning. Well, not air conditioning because we don't have that, but the windy blowy thingy in the car. Very surprising. Gorilla is pretty competitive. Yeah, no shit. Like, they're playing with the big boys now. PlayStation. Their former president or VP is now the president of PlayStation. I think they really want
It's you.
Gorilla to be like the poster child for PlayStation now. Gollum. Wait, not Gollum. Golem. Thank you for the follow. Cheers. Welcome. Eating noodles with 2 peppers, no spice at all. Well, that's where you grow your own and you can add it yourself. I got a bar like that. It sucks. Your pubs sound awesome. Yeah, for the wrong reasons, buddy. A lot of people at Warhorse. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. To get bigger balls, then you will need padding. I know, but I don't wanna buy one of those skippy balls if it's not even gonna work. I mean, I have to admit, my back doesn't hurt yet. I'm a bit surprised. Then again, we've only been live for 20 minutes, so... Yeah, how long till he hops too much and it slips? Honestly, there's a real possibility, because I'd love to be able to show you. There's just like 2 big, like really big cushions on top of each other, and then the skippy ball is just on it. So I can see it happening. Hey, Echoes. Warhorse is one of my favorite studios because they made... Because they made KCD, but they lost my interest after being radio silent for years. When did KCD come out? 2019? Mom is making a $50 steak, stressing out over it because it's first time she's cooked one so expensive. Well, I mean, shouldn't that theoretically mean that it's almost impossible to screw it up because it's gonna be tasty anyway, right? It's just meat. As long as you don't overcook it until it becomes cardboard, you should be good. You should be fine. Someone coming upstairs. Love you, bye. (2018). Why can you not just roll on your... Oh, you little bitch. Why you make no sense? Oh, the collision on this is fucked. I heard that in the Netherlands some people get high just by eating cake. Yeah, that can happen. I guess if you put weed in brownies and stuff. But honestly, like, smoking weed isn't really that popular outside of big cities, big student cities, and in Amsterdam. Bojack, no. Wild guess, will Skyblivion be done before Elder Scrolls 6? Well, I have no idea, because I don't work at Bethesda, so I don't know what their plan is, but I hope so. Okay, honestly I think this is fine, it's just a mine. Worst cliche in the Netherlands, everyone is smoking weed. Yeah, it's honestly not that. Well, maybe it depends on where you live. You know, I didn't live in the big cities, so. If Todd is here and on alt, I honestly, I'd love that. Any news on the developer diary? Well, I finished the script. We had a meeting with the the video editing crew, and we have the first audio draft. It's just now a matter of piecing it all together, but there's no real way to estimate how long that's going to take, since it's 3 people doing it now together. Pros, we delegated all the work. Cons, you know, there's more moving pieces. And I have to make sure, like, these new guys don't really know the map too well yet, so it's also a matter of showing them where they can go to record their stuff, which I have to take some time for. So that's kind of the news. It's a bit of an experiment. We'll see how well this works. First time collaborating on a dev diary instead of doing it with kind of like myself and Heavy. Would you say less than 2 years? I don't know, man. I'd love for it to be done in 2 years, if not for my own sake. Because, you know, as much fun as it is to work on a project like this, like it does take a lot out of you. And well, you guys know the stresses of the adult life, you know, jobs, finding a place to live, people getting ill, having to take care of others, yada yada yada. So I'd love for it to be done in 2 years. I'm really trying to make that a goal internally, and I know a lot of people are working very hard to try and make that happen as well. There's just, you know, there's no way of telling. Maybe we get lucky and we make that date. Maybe we get unlucky and we lose, you know, 3 of our main contributors, main developers all of a sudden because they get different jobs, or, you know, something bad happens. That's kind of the problem with a volunteer project. You don't have a full-time crew working on the project. You know, we do what we can when we can. And that's really it. That's the best you can do. So, you know, I understand the question. I'm not upset that people ask it. I encourage you to ask anything you want in this chat. That's why we do the streams, to try and be, you know, open and honest about anything really that comes to mind. But I hope as well you can understand that especially those questions are just kind of impossible to answer. I also appreciate that, Raz. Hey Bagel. We're in the Colovian Highlands. Sorry, I'm a bit slow with answering questions. Worked on Mafia 3 for 5 years. It was backbreaking work on one title for so long, so 2 years seems like it could be doable. Yeah, I'd say so. Like the cool thing about Skyblivion is that, or at least Skyblivion in this stage, that a lot of the grunt work has been done. And it I don't know. It often feels like the work left for us to do is so minimal. Like it's so insignificant almost. But at the same time, like some of the most intricate pieces of the project, for instance, you know, tying all the quests together. Even though we're very far now, like it's still going to take a lot of work to make that all one seamless integrated piece of the puzzle. Similar with the landscapes, you know, like the world map is very far along. It's not quite there yet, but we're getting very close. A bigger concern to me, honestly, at the moment, you know, my gut thinks so anyway, is the amount of dungeons we have left to do. You know, the amount of caves, forts, alien ruins that we still have to work on. Now they don't all have to be amazing, but they need to be done. Like that's the minimum we have to strive for, is to have these locations in the game, and currently a good amount of them are not. Every time we get a city set in, we manage to blow through those in a matter of a month, 2 months. Those are easy. It's the caves and the mines and the forts and the alien ruins that take up a big chunk of time. And saying that, like, those locations are usually connected to a few quests here and there as well, so you have to make sure that whatever you do in those locations, it doesn't mess up anything for a quest that might play out there. So a lot of moving pieces as always.
Oh, lovely!
Riccio! Cheerio! Thanks for using your Prime for 3 months as well. Very cool. All the time you need, better than releasing it early to fire out patch after patch.
Hello there.
Kylev, thank you for the follow. I want to take all the time we need. At the same time, you know, like we do have a minimal viable product that we're striving towards. What the fuck? Yeah, I forgot we had that still. But yeah, we do have a minimal viable product that we're working towards, and it's very, very doable. The remaining question is just how much time it's going to take us. That's a question I can't really answer. You know, time will tell. Don't be afraid of downscoping and working stuff into patches. Yeah, we've done that already. Like when I started spouting online about the Skyblivion Project, and when I felt that we could do everything, I promised people we would have the base game, all the smaller plug-in DLCs, and Shivering Owls plus Knights of the Nine, all in the first release of Skyblivion. Took me 2 years to realize that was never gonna happen. 2 years. And that was 4 years ago now. So yeah, lessons that you learn in time, with time. So all that content, all that stuff is meant for like post-release Skyblivion now, because it's not that there's no way in hell we could do it. It's just that we shouldn't. You know, focus on the big picture first, and then we can do the rest later. Every time someone mentions the date, the project will be delayed 10 years. True. He said that every time anyone asks for a release date, a puppy dies. Well, that's fucked up. And I'll kick Deez's ass. Cheers, Bedlike. Yeah, let me do keep me updated on how you progress. Really looking forward to getting you on as well. Sooner the better. Didn't manage to get Great Forest first best done before this year. Yeah, well, neither. Ashamed of myself. Why? I said I could maybe get the Colovian Highlands done before the end of the year. I am about 1/3 of the way, maybe less, 1/4. Why be ashamed? You did a lot of work. It's not like it's a job. There's nothing at stake. That's the good news. That's the good thing. Hey, Blondie, thanks for the follow. Need me to disable? No, it's right. It's ambitious and not doable. Yeah, definitely. If you had to guess which big Skyrim mod is closest to release, well, that's a problem as well, because I have no insight into the other Skyrim mods. So all I can say is Skyblivion, because that's the one I know the most about. I know that the obstacles that we have ahead of us are manageable. Like if I look, share my screen really quickly. So my claim currently that I'm trying to finish ASAP is this slice of land. We've done this part. To be honest, this area up until here I think is the most intricate. Here this becomes a bit easier to work with and work through. Sanguitor is finished. Coral needs mostly work on the exterior, I think.
It's you.
So I don't think the rest of the map will take me as long as this portion has. After I finish that, I need to do a comb over of the Gold Coast. Now, most of that is good. There's some minor and one major issue with it. But that also should take me maybe like 2 months. And then I might do the Jarrah Mountain. So that's like a landscaping wise what needs to be done. Or what I could potentially do, I should say. This is a really cool map, by the way, from Oblivion. It's the satellite map. The coolest thing about Oblivion, in my opinion, is the biomes. You can see exactly.
Time for a celebration!
AJ and Snake Bro, thanks for following. AJ, thank you very much for the brand new sub. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so satellite map. The thing that I like so much about Oblivion, and Skyrim has this as well to some degree. It's just not as extreme because Skyrim is a bit more gradual in its biomes. But it's by the by. Anyway, the cool thing about Oblivion is that you can see these clear distinctions in the biomes. So we have the Gold Coast over here, which, to be fair, in Oblivion wasn't that gold. Very rocky, super hilly. Like, I don't like the way the Gold Coast looked in Oblivion, but it was distinct. You can see right away, this is the West Weald. West Weald is green, it's lush, and it's colorful. Like, it has a lot of these red blobs are red maple trees, which are very cool. Japanese maples. Then we have the Colovian Highlands, which is more or less the opposite of Skyrim. Like, they're big mountain ranges, but they're kind of like dry and arid, similar to the Gold Coast, but instead of the Gold Coast being gold and dry, the Colovian Highlands are brown and dry, and where the Gold Coast is more like smooth landscape and pretty beaches. The Colovian Highlands is sharp cliffs and, you know, lots of pine trees. Westweld is lush forests with a lot of color sprinkled into it. Then we have the Great Forest, which is mostly, or at least on the outskirts, it's an oak forest, which is one of the reasons why the Coral City Signet has a big oak tree on it, which is one of the ancient oaks that is actually in the courtyard. Can I zoom further? Yeah, I can. The courtyard is there. So in that courtyard we should have a nice big oak tree. Yeah, so there's oak forest around here. Then in the middle of the heart of the forest is redwoods, which are very cool and very distinct. Then we have the heartlands around the Imperial City, which are very densely forested. Like they're mostly grasslands, which are very pretty in their own way. Then we have this part of the heartlands, which is not, it doesn't have a unique name, but it's a bit more piney. You know, because the elevation starts climbing up and it looks amazing. Like, the Ludus did such a fantastic job in this area in the game. So we have like a lot of pine trees over here, which grow into the Jarrow Mountains as well, where it gets piney and snowy, which is a very cool transition. Then even in this little corner over here, we have the Fall Forest, which is just a completely unique area that's completely cut off from the rest of the map. There's no real explanation either why it should be there, but it was there in Oblivion. I loved it, and we gave it a fantastic overhaul. It's a bit bigger as well, and it looks fantastic. It really does look fantastic. Sir Falwick, thank you very much for the brand new sub as well. I hope you enjoy the emotes, and Burgundy Bagel, thanks for the 100 biddies as well, friend. We've only scratched the surface, guys. I'm still not done. We have the Valus Mountains in the right, which is a bit similar to the Colovian Highlands in that it's a lot more sharp, but it also has this alien mix to it, because it's closer to Morrowind, so it's kind of like this alien, snowy, unique...
You're doing great.
Thanks. Alien, unique landscape, that... Yeah, it's similar to the Jarrow Mountains, but it's not the same. Then we have the Niben, which is the upper and lower Niben, which is a very unique very unique part of the map as well. There's a lot of willows in this area. It's kind of cool because there's this big river running through it, like a vein almost, which makes the entire region. It doesn't make it damp and what do you call it? Like moist, wet, like the marshes are, but it does make it very fertile and lush and green, and keeps it fresh, which is pretty cool and makes it very unique as well. It has a lot of inclines as well because there's the Valus Mountains right next to it, so there's a lot of inclines to the right. We have this area here, which is mostly the lower Niben. And then we have Blackwood, which of course is the marsh of Cyrodiil, which is completely unique in its own way. Which again, in Oblivion wasn't that much like a marsh. This part here had a lot of water in it, but still it was very hilly. In Skyblivion, it's one of the favorite things I've ever done. I've asked D, one of our landscapers, our now lead landscaper, to flatten the entire area after he had worked on it for half a year. Trying to work with the original landscape, which was very hilly. I was looking at it and said, you know what, I appreciate the 6 months of your life you gave to trying to make this work, but I've come to the conclusion that it doesn't work, so please flatten the whole thing and let's make it a proper swamp. He appreciates me now for saying that and for doing that. I don't think he liked me much at the time though.
Thank you.
Blackwood is the best region. The vampire house was so cool.
The vampire house is fucking awesome now. It's so much better, and all thanks to D. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like the map has so much potential, and I think we really brought out the most in it. And I can't wait for all these areas to be finished and properly tied up. I don't think we're that much further away. I think in half a year, I think we should be able to get the entire world map phase 1 finished, and then it's just a matter of tying up the borders and, you know, swooping over it, making sure all the bugs are fixed. Yeah, I'm super behind on the chat. I'm only reading that message now, which was probably 10 minutes ago. Gets pretty expensive? What gets pretty expensive? Do you have any producers on the team?
I think
no.
Kyle's face is the best region on screen right now. Hashtag compliment a homie.
Thanks. We don't have any producers on the team. I've tried to so I started as I don't even know what to call it. The guy trying to fix it all, and then as the team grew, I got more and more overwhelmed with the amount of people I had to manage. So then we got department leads in place that take care of the respective departments. We have meetings every other month to try and talk through the progress and the blockers and where everyone's at with their respective departments. And that's kind of how we try to work through managing such a big project, such a big undertaking as Skyblivion. Yeah, I'm just give me a few minutes to just read chat because I'm so behind. Hey Rebel Nice, Happy New Year. So sorry for being late. Not asking about a date, but I'm curious about release strategy. Is it planned for the whole main quest or per region? So our initial release will be Oblivion as it came out in 2006. The region of Cyrodiil plus all the quests. None of the DLC or plugins. Releasing it in section would be a lot more work. Oh yeah, doing something like Beyond Skyrim did with Bruma, that would take so much more work for us, would not be worth it. I'm still on a skippy ball. Sorry, it's kind of fun. Que locura, tío. No hablo español, por favor. Ciao. Wait, no, that's Italian. La biblioteca. What's that bottom right? In the Black Marsh, I think what you saw on the bottom right, that's an area that's way outside the map, so don't worry about that.
Lovely.
Happy New Year, chat. I'm still on vacation, but I'll be here in spirit. Miss you all.
Kinda rude. Happy New Year to chat, not me, but that's fine. It's fine.
It's you. Hi.
Baby Nirnroods! That's a cool name. Thanks for the follow. It's funny to see how rivers are created without any obvious routes. Oh yeah, 100%. It's something that some of us have had a bit of an issue with. At some point there's just not a whole lot you can do about it. We're just leading into it and going, it's just a game sometimes. We try to make some areas a bit more sensical, but yeah, it's a fancy world, a fancy map. Answered the guy already. See, I'm only now reading that, so... Pretty sure that was, I don't speak Spanish, please. Yeah, it totally was. That's how I'm trying to make obvious that I also don't speak Spanish. No hablo español. Por favor. Sí. La biblioteca? Alright, sorry. Okay. Finally up to date. I did it. Probably gonna ask before, but do you know if Skyblivion will get its own Nexus page? Yeah, we should be getting a Nexus page. Hey, Lucy. Okay, fucking hell, finally. We're up to date. We did it.
The moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come ne'er afar, come and look upon the heart, look upon the heart. Oh, lay down your weapons, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart, look upon the heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god, how can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape.
You're welcome, just in love with Oblivion. I actually stayed up 3 days in a row, no sleep, just playing Oblivion. Been watching some Oblivion stuff a lot. Can't wait! Awesome. Glad to hear it. Hey, Falwick. Wait, did I not already say hello to you? Yeah, you're saying hello to someone else.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god.
Eddie? Yeah, working through the crack actually. I've done a lot of areas of the crack already. Just going through it slice by slice like the rest of the map. Day 3 of no water. Starting to get really smelly. That's okay. I usually don't shower until the 7th day anyway. Try it. Saves a fortune on gas and water. Friends. Mm-hmm. Actually, the missus did complain when I picked her up on Friday. She could smell me before I came into the door. But in my defense, that was after I'd spent 4 hours baking outside in what was our warmest New Year's Day ever recorded. So it was hot outside. I was wearing my Skyrim sweater. I spent the entire day in the fumes of the fryer. Probably didn't help either. So she didn't specify, by the way, if it was a good smell or a bad smell, so I'm just gonna assume it was a good smell, actually. Cold showers are good. Are they really? I do always see those always, not always, but I've seen those athletes. That's also so vague. What do you mean those athletes? I've seen athletes dunk their heads or their entire bodies into water. So I mean, if they're doing it, must have an effect, right? I don't think anyone would do that for fun. Just watch the important bits. Yeah, that's good advice. What temp was it? It was like 17 degrees Celsius outside. Hey, Vig. I'm really starting to think if I should buy an actual skippy ball, like one of those big ones you can actually sit on, because I'll actually show it to you. So the one I'm sitting on is only this big, so you can imagine this one hold me off the ground very far. So I'm using these cushions underneath as well to create some elevation. It's actually pretty good sitting on a ball. Like my back usually hurts by now, I think. I never really timed it, but it feels like it should have hurt. Alrighty, so maybe I will get one of those sitting balls. That's true. Does anyone else have experience with sitting on one of those skippy balls instead of a chair? Literally the first time I'm doing this in my life. It's also pure coincidence that I even have one of these things. I got it from my grandma, who used to use it, but for some reason isn't anymore, and gave it to me. For no real reason.
Oh, lovely!
Appreciate your dedication. Keep up the great work.
Raz. Thanks for the kind words, man. Appreciate it. Of course. I started this and I'm damn well gonna finish it as well.
You. Hi.
One way or another. And Warlock, thank you very much for the follow. Can we get some love in chat for Raz and some welcomes for Warlock? Cheers, guys. Hey, Al. I do have some blue balls. Well, blue ball. We're gonna move into Germany, okay. Cool glasses. Thank you. Channeling my inner Gordon Freeman. Not sure why I didn't make a single one of these without the green vomit on it. Probably just me being lazy, actually. Only been once for Gamescom in Cologne. Awesome. I've been in Cologne as well for Gamescom in 2019. Honestly, best week of my life, I think, or best, maybe not best week, but my best holiday. So much fun hanging out with like-minded nerds. I really got hooked on gaming conventions because of Gamescom, and the sad thing is that after Gamescom, I've only been to PAX East. Gamescom was my first convention I ever went to, then I went to PAX East, and then COVID happened, and I haven't been to a convention since. So basically from Gamescom onwards, I wanted to go to every single convention there was, but after Gamescom there was no more convention. Hey Fancy Pants, Happy New Year to you as well. Stone Now Bleeds. Intriguing name. Hello, welcome. I think my favorite thing about Cologne and Gamescom was that we got these electric scooters everywhere from Lime. And Cologne is not made for electric scooters. The problem with Cologne and electric scooters is that there's cobble roads everywhere. So we were taking those scooters to go from the convention into the city to go to a terrace, you know, get a drink or get something to eat. And all of us were just going over those fucking cobblestones, like, and when we got there, I swear to God, we were just shaking for like 10 minutes before everyone was able to just kind of relax a bit and stop having the shakes, the Cologne shakes. It was great. It's actually raining a lot outside at the moment.
Time for a celebration!
Fart stains are the ectoplasm from the ghost of a poop that is a fart.
Right. Enlightening. Thank you, Dee, for your contribution to the chat. Hey, Crack. Fart stains are the ectoplasm from the ghost of a poop that is a fart. Food for thought. crying so much what I wrote. It was pretty bad, to be fair. I'm just thinking about your tweet I read today. Skyblivion D. Stop being so warm, Ireland. It's January. George Lucas, shit in my socks. That was a good one. I'm not being mean to D. Just heard my phone buzzing, which probably means it's 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock. Farting so much recently, it's disgusting. Also good to know. Scared myself with the CK earlier, did a bunch of stuff, and then for a split second couldn't click anything. Thought CK crashed. Then I realized I pressed Control F. Control F5? Control F. What does Control F do? I don't want to test it, because I'm afraid. Actually, you know what? That kind of reminds me of D. You know that South Park episode where they write a dirty book because they heard like 50 Shades of Grey doing so well. The Poop That Took a Pee, I think the book was called. Some good stuff. Told us what it does. Oh yeah, fine. Well, I listen. I don't think about the keys I press anymore. Okay, I just muscle memory. I know where to press what button. Yeah. Okay. The search and replace. Himmel. 14 months. It's very nice, mate. Can we just distract from me being a dum-dum and share some love with Himmelswogen, who's been here for 14 months? Voluntarily. Promise I didn't put a gun against his head. I don't understand either, but he's here. Can't get rid of him. I tried. Just by being myself. That usually does the trick. Oh, D, the Control K thing you taught me. Eye opener, super useful. Thanks for the save. Making me want to download Oblivion? Fucking do it, man. Would go nice with a echoey acoustic space. Oh yeah, smart. How do you do that again? So a while ago that we talked about that, I completely forgot. Miss Landscaping? Didn't you just start doing some interior work though? I kinda miss landscaping as well after working on Bruma for so long. This camp is called Valley View, but the view of the valley is completely blocked by all the trees. I think last time I worked in this area, I added the rock formation here to add a bit of a plateau. I didn't touch any of the trees, but it seems to me it'd make more sense for pretty much all these to just go away, really. Because with all these trees, there's no valley to see at all. To Z. Just very on brand is all. You know what? I can use these fellas because I need some trees there anyway. So I'll just give you a new home, yeah. Saves a reference as well. Instead of removing them, relocating. Huh? Oh, smart. Oh, there's a valley view. They have a few fallen trees leaning against each other. I think I should do that on a steeper incline, like maybe here somewhere where there's less space. I also kind of shouldn't even be working on this area. These shouldn't be oversized. Meep morp, seep. Meep morp, seep. Oh, to create a valley view. Right. I kind of like the idea of having the rock kind of play that role, because rocks last longer. Trees come and go, but the rock formations kind of stay the same. I also wanted to do a bit of a call it a landslide in beneath the crevice here. I think I went a bit off course though, like this area I worked on. Where am I supposed to be? Oh yeah, here. Still haven't finished The Witcher 3. Or The Witcher 3. The Witcher Season 2 on Netflix. Was really hoping I would be able to get The Witcher like wrapped up before I went back to work. But alas. Thanks for the save. He's all bigger than they're supposed to. Yeah, kinda. Thank you very much for the save reminder. Perfect spot for a little house. I wouldn't mind living here. I used to do a lot of hiking. I really miss that. Truth be told, I'd love a house in the hills. That'd be great.
Oh, lovely!
Yeet.
Devin, thank you very much for the 2 months, and thanks for using your Prime as well. Can we eat some hype in the chat? Let's go hiking. I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna stay put until this is finished. Happy New Year, how goes it? Yeah, it goes. We're all kind of going back to normal again. I'm gonna go back to work tomorrow. So, you know, that's a thing.
What's the matter? Getting tired?
God damn it! Alright, fair enough. Looking nice, it's looking real nice. I really kind of hate these pillars because they're so in your face, but at the same time, like, what the fuck am I gonna do with a pillar? What's gonna go on top? I just replaced it with a lump. Can this be my lump? Could maybe be my lump. Whoops, wrong lump.
Time for a celebration!
Rebel Z's hype.
Okay, let me get down on all fours. Not offended pillars myself. I don't mind them, but they were on every corner, and I've removed almost all of them, except for that one. I worked something into this one. I worked something into, but having two opposite of each other is too much. Too much. Fallen Tree of the Cavern. I've done that to death. Just in this area alone, there's two fallen trees. Like, I don't want to repeat myself over and over again. But honestly, this looks kind of good. Only downside is I have to rework the land mesh, and that is just a pain. But this can work. And you know what? I might even be able to fill up this with like one of these big chunkers. Just paste it in there, you know. Okay, that might be a bit much, but. Something like that, you know, okay. Okay. Back to the ball I go. Smell the carpets. It smells so good. I actually did 30 minutes of yoga today as well. Not sure if I'm a fan of it. I didn't even mind the yoga so much. It's the instructor who kept just saying all this floaty shit.
It just works.
Not a fan of that. She was saying like why I'm doing what I'm doing. You're doing this to become a better self. You're doing this to become one with the world. To feel the energy flow through you. I'm like, bitch, that's not what I'm doing this. Doing this because my girlfriend's forcing me to, because she has to do it. Because someone is forcing her. It seems like a pyramid scheme.
It just works.
That's 100% true, by the way. Someone convinced her to do it, and then she said she wanted to do it with me because it's stupid to do it alone. But I just think yoga is stupid, or at least I don't think yoga is stupid. Like the exercises are actually really good. I don't want someone whispering in my ear why I'm doing it. Just tell me what to do and don't fill in the blanks. Thank you. I'm actually kind of winded. Added the landscape material as a directional shader for you to use. You mean like this? Or is that the Skyrim one? It might be the Skyrim one. I don't know. Honestly, I'm not too fond of using it. Anyway, I think most of the Colovian Highlands should be bald because that makes it look sharper. I don't want the entire region to look mossy. I like having the bare rock.
Paw.
I love doing yoga. The instructor isn't a stupid bitch. She was totally amazing. I do yoga because it makes me feel fabulous. That's so long. Ik hou van yoga. De instructeur is geen stom teef. Het is geweldig. En ik doe yoga omdat ik er... What is fabulous in Dutch? I'm just gonna use fabulous. Ik doe yoga omdat ik me fabulous door voel. There you go. Schitterend? Oh. Omdat ik me er schitterend door voel. We all know rebel sizes for the 2 times on the stream. Do we? There's no proof. Honestly, odds are I totally have by now. sounded so dead when we translated that. It's because I don't support it. 50 more. I'm good. Honestly, I did a decent workout today already. I'm feeling the burn. So toned. It's like cray. It's cray how toned I am today. I think this looks fine. Save. Okay.
Oh, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
Fine, but only because you asked nicely. Cheers. He might be drunk. Yeah. He is Irish after all. Pretty sure that's technically racist what I just said, and I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it, D. You know we have a love-hate relationship. Ah! Keep forgetting to disable my soften. I'm just making sure the terrain that you actually have to walk on is even enough that you don't get stuck on it. Looks good. It's not alcohol, just incompetent illiteracy. Oh, okay, that's good. Kind of feel like we have to get rid of the Christmas emotes as well sometime soon. No, because it's not Christmas no mo. "12 days isn't over till Thursday." 12 days of what? Christmas? Infinitum. Oh. Shows you how much I know. Surprisingly little. Thanks for the save. Sounds like you guys found the fireworks. Do with the posture check? No, can't, because you know we'd be wasting so much time then on posture checks. Ain't nobody got time on that. For that, but also on it, I guess.
Oh, drink water, drink water, drink water.
Physical health comes after Skyblivion's released. I'm sure that someone like Elon Musk will see that we released the project, and he will give me like an exoskeleton suit Iron Man thing. It's totally gonna happen, dog. Even though I kind of don't like the guy. Cheers. Right, D, I'm gonna do your thingy. Create acoustic space. How does an acoustic space work? I don't see anything happening. Unless I have markers? No, my markers are enabled. Create an acoustic space. D, help. Click in the render window after clicking the icon. I did that! I did it! I think it's the same stupid shit I had with shadows. That shouldn't matter. Right, okay. Collision. Yeah, that's not working either now. Fuck! I had this issue before. I don't remember how you fixed that though. God damn it. I don't think it's to do with restarting the CK. I think I sometimes hit a key that hides view sound markers. Why is that not enabled? Sound. Slide radius, wireframe. Oh, that works. Show the hide window. I mean, what doeseth thou meaneth? Oh, I see.
This one time I came to skin.
Yeah, I enabled everything.
I was tired and feeling down. Then my friend told me that Elmo has the best sweet rolls in town. So I went to try the sweet rolls, got my best shot fired down. Then I took one bite, and by the divines, I felt just like
Light markers, cell markers, multi-bones, occlusion planes, portals and rooms, collision objects, everything is ticked.
that'd be fine with me. I could eat
Hey Smoosh, Happy New Year.
my life. That'd
Oh,
be fine
okay, I got it.
with me. That'd be fine with me. That'd be fine with me. So I bought that house in skin grass, 'cause I thought
I'm always
the time
I don't like.
full of
Is there an easier way to expand these things?
time. I could die,
They always just seem so finicky as shit.
I could live outside his door. I could smell the sweet rolls anywhere. Brother, please, may I have some more? I could eat sweet rolls all my life. That'd be fine with me. I could eat
Which
sweet
acoustic
rolls
space? There's
all my
options?
life.
I just hit the button. The cube.
Fine with me.
Oh shit, no, never mind, that's a collision mark.
Fine with me.
Exterior
That'd be fine with me.
Dungeon Mountain? Dungeon Mountain sounds about right. Yeah, I was looking at a collision cube.
Oh, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
I could eat sweet rolls all
All
my
my
life.
life.
That'd be fine with me. I could eat sweet rolls all my life. That'd be fine with me. That'd be fine with me, with me, with me.
Scale them up with S as well. Liar. Can't.
That'd be fine with me.
You maybe just have the one box and let it clip through the ground since it's lower down. Yeah, sure. Gonna be a big ass box. That's what he said. She said? That's what they said. Boom. Not gonna be able to fit it into the whole thing because as you can see, the height changed quite a lot between all of them, but I can cover a good amount of it anyway. Oh, the gizmo is so finicky. Duh. What do you think you'll do when this mod is finished? I'm gonna take a well-deserved break and enjoy retirement. I'm gonna go to a park and feed some pigeons. Fucking the gizmo is so finicky though. Makes me mad. Okay. I think that's most of it covered. My favorite snack? Can I be super boring and say an apple? I don't really like many snacks, to be honest with you. And apples are delicious and nutritious. How do you think I became such a skinny bitch?
Well, the moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come Nerevar, come and look upon the heart, upon the heart. Oh, lay down your weapon, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart, upon the heart. Oh, oh, oh.
Okay. Almost done with the echoes.
Intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. Well, the moon and star come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come Nerevar, come and look upon the heart, upon the heart. Oh, lay down your weapon, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart, upon the heart.
On my heart.
Oh, oh,
Hey, Greg.
oh, I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god.
Oh yes, yeah, cinnamon over apple slices. I've never actually done that. That does sound pretty good.
I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. God. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall recaller intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recaller intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recaller intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. Oh, I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating...
Siege of Paris was such a good DLC.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god?
Why are we talking about Assassin's Creed all of a sudden? I feel like I missed a conversation. I'm quite looking forward to Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I finished playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey a good while ago, to be fair, and I quite enjoyed it. I didn't think I would enjoy playing an open world RPG or open world Assassin's Creed game. Okay, here's my question now, D. How do I disable these boxes now? Now my view window is not working. It doesn't allow me to untick or tick anything anymore. Because I already have one open? Nope. Fun. Well. Guess I'll restart my CK at some point. Speaking of snacks, what do you order at the friture? I never go to a snack bar either. I told you I'm hella boring. Hella boring. I know what I am. I'm not ashamed. I don't know. I never really grew up with fried stuff, and I don't like it that much either. I like my you know, gross McDonald's burger every once in a while. But to be honest as well, like I really try not to go to McDonald's either, because it's kind of like a principle question. I'm not a vegetarian, but I think McDonald's is such a piece of shit company. Honestly, fuck McDonald's. Not so much the food. I'm not going there, I just fucking hate McDonald's as a company. I think they're scum. They're fucking Happy Meals. Fuck them. I do support like local fast food joints and stuff like that. Like, I mean, those people actually work hard for their money, and I may not be a massive fan of the food, but I appreciate the people, right? So yeah. I still have this pamphlet in my cupboard over there from this snack bar I went to in America, which was called Milt's. They had the grossest, tastiest burger I've ever had. And the people were just really nice. If I'm gonna eat shit food, I'd much rather eat shit food from good folks, right? Click them, press 1 twice. Yeah, I know that, but I kind of wanted to just disable them flat out. You know what I mean? I'm always a bit scared to voice strong opinions like that on the internet, because it feels to me like if you're against someone, you know, there's gonna be at least one person in your chat who's, you know, McDonald's, in this case, super fan number 1, who's gonna be really upset with you now because you're shit talking the thing he cares about the most. Which, for better or worse, I try not to do, because, you know, who cares? I'm just a twat on the internet. Don't value my opinion. It's worthless. If you were gonna value anything on the internet today, let it be this. McDonald's sucks. Fuck 'em. Nestle? Yeah, Nestle can eat a dick and die as well. Fuck Nestle. They're probably worse somehow. Alright, Later D, sorry, totally miss you. Have you ever had the Biggie Burger? What the fuck is a Biggie Burger? I guess that's a no. I played Origins as well. I really liked Origins' story and setting. But there's so much quality of life improvements in Odyssey. Like, I played Origins after Odyssey, which was probably not good. I was looking into buying Assassin's Creed Odyssey, but wasn't sure about it. I really enjoyed it. Like, I love Greek mythology, and you can fight some really cool myths in that game. So it was definitely worth it for that. Let's put Ronald into a guillotine. Vive la résistance. Maybe just the French Ronald. The rest can just go to court like a normal person. Also, fuck you, Heavy Burns. Also love you. Do I hate young people? It depends. I think a lot of young people are really dumb. If I look at myself when I was younger, I was really dumb. And it doesn't really have to do with intellect. It's just that you're very easily swayed to one side or another of an issue that you're maybe not even part of, or you know, in your core don't really support, but you're in favor of it because people around you are in favor of it. I think it's very easy to manipulate young people. At least I was very easy to manipulate. There were some things I supported when I was younger. When I look back now, are like, what was wrong with me? Donald's Rocks, eat a McDick. Right back at you, buddy. Not sure if there are people that get upset over a fast food company. You haven't been on the internet long enough. People have very strong opinions about very lackluster things. I'm waiting 45 minutes for more sushi to be delivered. Well, that better be some damn good sushi. See? We upset Al. I knew it. Nestle? Nestle? I don't know how you pronounce it. Biggie Burger is the best thing to get in the frituur in Belgium. Yeah, well, I never go to Belgium. I go through Belgium. Actually, I've been to Bruges. I think that's Belgium. Bruges is amazing. Do you recommend just the base game for Odyssey? I think the whole thing, with all the DLCs on sale on Steam, I would get the entire thing, because the Atlantis expansion was pretty fun, and there was another pretty decent DLC, that game that I forgot. Yeah, I'd say if you're gonna get it with the DLC. Go big or go home, eh? You know what I mean? These bandits, you know what, I'm gonna replace them with hunters. I don't like how every little camp in Oblivion has to be bandits. Why are there never any hunters? Or treasure hunters, which is not the same as a hunter. Well, it's a different kind of hunter. Bye bandits, go fuck yourself with a plow. The combat in the Assassin's Creed games, I kind of like the combat, to be honest. I thought it was fun that weapons seem to have actual, like there's actual weapon classes, like the way you use weapons and the way weapons can be used and should be used. There's a lot more variation, you know, like I come from Elder Scrolls, so I'm used to axes, oh fuck, I used to flatten. Well, shit! I'm used to, you know, axes, maces, swords, all having the same animation, and basically doing the same amount of damage, with maybe like the hammers being the slowest of them all, but that's about it. So in Assassin's Creed, the newer games, I actually do very much appreciate the weapons being very different from one another. I think that's one of the cooler changes in those games. It felt very organic for me to discover what weapons are good against what kind of enemy. It also encourages you to use different weapon types, which is pretty cool. Or at least to me, it felt very encouraging to keep experimenting and use new combinations against enemies. So yeah, that's pretty nice. Thing is, like, I'm not a huge Assassin's Creed fan. You know, I know that Ubisoft has totally changed what Assassin's Creed games are. So I can understand why, you know, the fans are really disappointed with the new games. I would be livid as well if Elder Scrolls games, you know, became something different than, you know, they've been for the last decades. How old is Elder Scrolls? 25 years old? You know, if they started to make it so you could fly everywhere, or jump on your magical horse and fly off into the sunset, if you could auto-complete quests, delegate them to companions or stuff like that. I don't know, I think that would be a bit of a tough pill to swallow. No longer having
Happy New Year.
An unvoiced protagonist. That kind of stuff. CD Hoff, thank you so much for the 3 months. Happy New Year to you too. Cheers for sticking with us in 2022. Can we get some love in the chat then? Fancy New York City sushi. Ooh. Nice shirts. Thank you. Wow, I'm so behind on the chat. My brother recommended the puzzle game Baba Is You to me. I hate that game now. We're stuck in a very simple solution for 30 minutes. I really love the brain teasing games. Have you ever had Nestle? I've had. I am Brussels. Brussels is pretty cool. Called me a bitch once. Yeah, well, to be fair, I think that was maybe a bit earned, wasn't it? I'm just trying to catch up on the chat now. Wow, I'm behind. I'm still scrolling. This was a really good decision to get a Skippy ball to sit on. Kit Kats are Nestle. Yeah, Kit Kats suck now. Kit Kats are officially the worst. Okay, I'm at the emote spawn now. Odyssey was really nice looking, but otherwise dragging, and then the mercenary thing really gets on my nerves. That's cool. It's cool. It's your opinion. Own it. I wouldn't dream of changing your mind, because that was your experience, and I appreciate you sharing that with us. And even though we played the same game, we had completely different experiences, and that's good. That's good. Now we can talk about it. You can tell me what you would like. What would your favorite Assassin's Creed game look like? Or what was the last one you really enjoyed? Share that with the group, share it with me. And who knows where we'll end up. I'd really love to do a really in-depth discussion about what your favorite Elder Scrolls game would look like. Do a proper 3-hour stream, get as much input as we can. Maybe even spread it out across a few streams and then do really like an in-depth video on it, like an hour-long video, trying to grab all kinds of mechanics from existing games, maybe think of a few new ones, piece it all together, talk about the story, the setting, the way the dungeons would work, the way loot should be, what's the word? Distributed, all that kind of stuff. Upgrading weapons. Sounds great. Love to do that. I'm not gonna though. Saying I would love to. My skippy ball. It's too far away from the desk. Oh. Okay, yeah, I'm back. Fucking hate flying mounts. I can appreciate them in the right games. The user RA. Wow, that's a lot of. It's a long one. How do I keep falling so far behind the chat? I do get frustrated when I was talking to pause for too long. I recently purchased Limbo on the Switch because it was €2 or something crazy like that. To be fair, it's a game you play through in like 3 hours and then it's finished and it's done and you'll never have to play it again. But I really enjoyed it because there was some pretty clever puzzles. It's a game with a very distinct atmosphere. I just want magic that's more than equip it and go. Okay with the active magic, but I want some true. Yeah, I would love a magic overhaul as well. I'm not sure. I'd love to see an example of a game that has done it justice. Like I don't have enough experience to say what will and will not suffice, but I would love to see some examples of games that really did an awesome job with magic. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly go to previous hunter camp to see what I did there, so I don't have to use my brain and actually think about putting stuff down. That would be the worst. Thanks for the save. Come to think of that, that camp is far way back. Oh, here's one. Yeah, I agree with you. Oh.
Bruss up, baby.
Up, baby. Hey, Pexy Pop. Cheers for the 9 months! Hey, that's been a while since I had a 9 month. That's our Twitch baby. Happy Twitch baby, man. What are you gonna name the Twitch baby? Our Twitch baby. I have been busy. I've like a few dozen Twitch babies now. Sam the Twitch baby. I like that. Call it D? Never. That would be an insult to my creed. I do like this table. It's a good table. Nee, 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 nee. Don't ignore my advice. Yeah, you're right. I should stand up and stretch a bit. I should. I will. I'm just gonna finish this entire claim, and then I'll take care of my physical health. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Would 8. Yeah. I just need to make sure that we're back where we should be. Okay, everything's loading in. Did you like Assassin's Creed Unity? I loved it despite the bugs and no post game. I haven't played enough to form an opinion on it. I played through it a bit. I liked the character. The romance with the redhead was a bit obvious, but that's not a problem for me if it fits the story. I never got far enough to see the rest of the story. Amelia, cheers for making me do physical exercise. It's my favorite. Okay. It's a win-win as well, because now Caro gets her way, I get my way. Wait, that's not true, I don't get my way. Okay, hey, actually, my water is out, so I'm gonna get some water. Which is a good reason to stand up as well. Did a run today? I can recommend it. I used a Nike Run app, made it a lot of fun. How did it make it fun? Is the app telling you jokes while you run? And the faster you go, the funnier the jokes it tells you? Playing Pokemon Go while running, that seems like fun. A guy talks in your ears about motivation and such. Can he whisper too? And can he whisper about how pretty I am and how funny I am? And how by running faster I'll become even funnier and prettier? Like really whisper it, like sensually. Is there an option for that? Can it do that? Otherwise, no interest. Okay, I'm gonna get some water. No, thanks for ruining it. Why ruining it? What are you talking about? I just came up with a really good idea. Okay, I'm gonna fill this and then I'll do that. Okay, don't get mad. I tripped and I accidentally found a bowl of mushroom soup. Which is why it took longer. And I didn't forget about getting down on all fours either. Yeah. Fuck. Okay, sitting on a ball is not the most convenient. Okay. What is the kek emote? I'm gonna be smart and mute this part, by the way.
Visitas, por favor, ¿me podrías decir cuántos días has trabajado en toda tu vida? ¿Tú qué edad tienes?
Pues tengo 45, no me quito edad ni como las flores ni nada, tengo 45 y muy bien reservado.
¿Y me podrías decir, ¿y cuál es el trabajo más duro que has hecho?
Más duro, en la
No offense, but for 45, that guy looks like shit. He looks like he's 60.
playa, trabajar en la playa, que de por la mañana hasta por la noche.
Recogías arena.
Arena no, fregaba más que un loco. Y lo que me pasó, que no te lo he contado yo a ti.
De pinche de...
Pinche de cocina.
¿Y qué tal?
Lo que me mandaba el cocinero. Limpiar la lechuga, hacer el aliño, limpiar pescado. Y lo que me pasó con el cocinero que me echaron.
¿Qué te pasó?
Que no te lo conté yo a ti.
No me acuerdo.
Okay, I think I get it. It's about the laughing part. He's actually not wrong. I worked in the kitchen for a few years as well. Exhausting work that was. Jeez. Very intense. Back to Dawn of Ragnarok. I've already seen it. I know what it's all about. Been there, done that, my guy. Give me a new trailer to care about, something I haven't seen. I'm hot-blooded, so I would sweat way too much and hate being in such a confined space. Oh, same. Like it was really hot, and you're working basically in a sauna for 8 hours. It sucked. It was really bad. I didn't like it. But a man's gotta make a living. And for what it's worth, like I did my job and I did it pretty well. Yeah, not my best years by far. Or well, not my most fun. Actually, you know what? I was thinking about this earlier today. I kind of miss doing that type of work. Like physical work, it might not be the most interesting, but it was kind of satisfying and simple. I kind of miss doing simple work. I really do. Too busy being locked up in a home for boys because I was an idiot when I was a team. Hey, I mean, at least you learned. Doesn't sound like you're an idiot still. DUI when I was 15. Yeah, that sounds like an idiot move. Hey, King. Looking for a sit marker. Ah. Sid's ledge marker. This is not gonna be big enough for a ledge. Yep. Okay, I'm not so comfy anymore. Ow. Ow. Spasiba for the save. Did I bang all my Witcher waifus and get the cards yet? No, I didn't. I might play for an hour or so. If I get fed up with landscaping. After all, why not? Why shouldn't I bang all my Witcher waifus? What's the quote from? Oh, it's from Bilbo Baggins. When he says, "After all, why not? Why shouldn't I keep it?" When he's talking about the ring to Gandalf. Nee, nee, nee. What more does this little hunter camp need? Trilogy every year. I love those movies. I used to do that as well. I really need to do that again. Hey John. I'll take it into consideration, okay? Lookout area on top of the rock. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do as well, because this place is called Valley View. Yeah, Valley View Camp. Can't really be called Valley View Camp when there's no real view of the valley, can it? I mean, it could technically, but it shouldn't. I also want to create a bit of a landslide. Done a few of those before, but I forget what assets I usually use. Let's check. I think I have a screenshot of it actually. I don't have to check in game. Okay. If I could turn back time. Ooh. Lantern on a branch. See that? No, I can't. Put a lantern here though. To give Valley View a view of the valley. It's kind of a tongue twister. Yeah, that's so originally the area was actually blocked off by trees. Like you can see that because there was just a ton of trees here in this area. And I added this little rock formation here to give you a bit of a, well, scenic view, a scenic point. And we'll work off of that and try and do a bit more with that idea. I think. First, I need to find my screenshot of the... what did I say? What's it called? Hey Titan, totally missed you earlier if you already said hi. Landslide, that's the word. Mushrooms and acoustic lute. Actually, I like that. Yeah, lute. Russia announced they will stop yearly car checkups. Checkups will be done only when cars are bought or sold. Well, that doesn't seem like a good idea. I don't have a landslide picture. I did such a decent landslide that I totally want to rip off. Why did I not get a screenshot of it? Idiot. No, I really didn't. Stupido. Colovian Highlands were probably my second most favorite area in Oblivion, right after County Kvatch. Well, that's putting a lot of pressure on me, friend. Sure if I'm gonna be able to deal with that. I just have to quit the Colovian Highlands. The other problem is I don't know exactly where my landslide is anymore. I think it's here somewhere, actually. There. Around the spot. This is a smaller one, it's not the one I'm thinking of. Don't mind me bouncing my ball. I feel like Randy and the gang. Ah, there we go. Okay, oh, so, okay, yeah, I remember how to do it. Ours is a lot smaller though, so that's a bit of a challenge, but I don't mind the challenge. Oh, there's the camp. Might as well see if there's anything to steal. Yep. On one hand, I've done a fuck ton of work. And still, we're not done yet. How could that be? I really need to stop bouncing. Looks weird on camera. Whoa. Don't worry, I'm just taking my phone out of my pocket. If I could turn back time. Hey Trades, how's it going? Welcome back. You want to play with the balls? Go for it. It's kind of fun though, just bouncing around, it really is. Maybe I'm just easily entertained. Best wishes, everyone. Hopefully no more COVID 2022. Would be great. I doubt it though. More trees. Okay. There we go. More trees. I know, I'm a witch. Just like that. Thanks for the save. Hey, it's Roddy. Happy New Year. I think I'm gonna put a dead deer on the table. Oh, cheers for the save, mate. But like a live deer would be funnier. I think it would be confusing.
Thank you.
Hi man, happy 2022. Some evil streamer spread a rumor Skyblivion had been finished and released. Or just misinformed, not so evil.
Let's cancel that motherfucker. Who was it? I need to know. You missed a joke? I don't get it then. Oh, I missed your joke. I'm not good at jokes. But thank you for the 100 biddies, Nox. Appreciate it. It's a pun? Oh yeah, I never do puns around me. That's your mistake, not mine. I'm gonna do a little bit more with the camp in terms of stuff like this, because they're wood elves, and wood elves are a bit more crafty, and it's fun to add a bit more to it, I think. You know, wood elves being a little bit more nomads. Ah, the game won't let me see the lights. Come on. Come on. View. Ah, there we go. Oh, it should show lights. What? Why are you not showing lights? F5. What's this trickery? That's a bit unfortunate. I'm not sure why it's not showing, but okay. Not much I could do about it then. Really been craving a new Fallout game, so I've been considering trying to join one of the Fallout fan projects. Well, not trying to discourage you at all, of course, but if you want to play a Fallout game, joining one is not gonna make that happen. You gotta work. Blood, sweat, and tears and all that, you know? I'm always impressed and in awe with the small yet incredible thoughtful details you put into all these. Looks way better than the original. Cheers. Yeah, I mean, it's also a way to keep myself sane, you know, like doing small bits and bobs like that. Kind of fun. It's funny, these are the mammoth rib cages. They're totally usable. The only problem is that you kind of want to hide the high spines over there, because this is supposed to look like a deer carcass, or you know, deer bones. And you know, a rib cage is a rib cage. A rib cage is really not that unique. But if you you know, show the whatever those things are called at the top, it's quite obvious quickly that it's not really a deer, but something else. Starts dead. No, stay on the table. No, sweetie. No, no, no. No. Yeah. Who's a good boy? Who's a good dad boy? You are. Yes, there we go. Okay. How can we make an improvised tanning station though? I remember doing one. Vertebra? No, I think that the vertebra are the cones, the round shaped discs, but it's the things at the top here. Those things. See those? Do we have deer skin? Pelt, I mean. I don't see pelt for Oblivion. Oh no.
Oh, lovely!
Extra. Thank you very much for the Prime. And thank you very much for second Prime, maybe, in a row. Cheers. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Can we get some love in the chat? I see you typing your news ticker. What is a news ticker? Hey, Tom. I saw what you did at Deez's stream, by the way. Super awesome of you. Think you made his day, his new year. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was thinking of adding a pelt. Don't slide off the table, you bastard. No. Okay, so maybe not a pelt. Oh, the scrolling text in the bottom of the screen. Oh, okay. Well, let me know what the type was, and I can fix it. I think I can do that. Ooh, what's this? Oh, that's the wolf thread, or whatever it's called. Interesting. Broom. Witch head. Troll skull. Actually, I kind of want a troll skull. Add to the pile. Doo-doo. You need to be creating a new game every month this year for a personal challenge? Oh shit, that sounds cool. I'm out. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, no worries. See you, Vake. See you around. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think I'm about done with the camp, to be honest. Pretty happy with it. Maybe we can add some scaffolding, or no? I'm gonna do a Sid ledge marker.
Lovely.
I shouldn't do it like that. Steve! Another prime. Yo, there's so many new subs today. So many primes as well. That's super generous. Thanks, guys. Thanks for choosing this Dutch twat to waste it on. Awesome Blossom. It's gonna be so cool. Totally gonna have to make one of these hunters just spawn here. So it looks like they're already sitting there. That's twat. Right there. Cheers, my dears. Hey, Kiwi. It goes. Pretty happy with today's progress. Not the most amount of cells we've gotten finished. Let's see, there's 1, 2. Oh no, it's only 3 cells. Okay, that's pretty bad actually. Hey, 3 half decent cells. Also, I need to mark this one. Minus 24 and 8. Might have already marked it. Yeah, already marked it. Good. You go upgrading yourself to a twat when we all know you're a Dutch bitch. Potato. Will this version have microtransactions? Is that serious? No. Nothing about Skyblivion is supposed to be monetary. Like, Skyblivion is free. You download it for free, you play it for free. It's yours to do with what you want. This is 9. It's 10. Oh yeah, right. Oh, okay, yeah, I remember. Minus 24. This is minus 25. So I'm just thinking out loud for my map where I'm keeping track of my progress. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25. Okay. 26. Can do 1 or 2 more cells before I get too close to Sanguine. Yeah, I want that. I think I'm gonna give Sanguine. You really answer a troll? Yes. Are you going to use QOL mods for Skyblivion from Skyrim? No. You guys can install QOL mods from Skyrim. How close are you to the fort? Is that this one? What kind of marker is this? Might be a quest marker. Fort Dirich? Too precious? I feel like that's a very nice way of saying I'm simple. And I am, and I appreciate it. Hey Clooney, how's it going? Ugh. You know what? I think I'm gonna stand for a little bit. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up because my back's being a little bitch. Ah, that's better. Thanks for the save. Phantom, yeah, it's very much a work in progress. Anyone who tells you otherwise is a liar and a thief. Not sure how or why they would be a thief, but it just sounds more interesting. Now, there's a reason why we're all working our asses off, you know, we want to get into your hands as fast as possible. That's the mission. This is just step 1. Get the work done. Step 2, release. Step 3, cry tears of joy. Can you add bonus quests where you voice act in it? No. No, there's this thing called an MVP, and there's also this other word I like to use, which is scope creep. And scope creep is essentially it's a collective word to describe anything that adds content that doesn't really add to the main game, the main experience. So anything that adds work without adding anything to the game as a whole. And that sounds super harsh sometimes, but yeah, having me voice act a quest, while funny and a cool Easter egg, it's way too much work than it's worth. Will your LOD be generated with CK, SS, loggen, or download? I honestly don't know. I don't do anything with the loggen. I let other people worry about that, and I've never really inquired. I don't really care as long as it gets done. Yeah, it's one of those great things you can get away with delegating.
How rude!
Is that a gift sub? It's a gift sub. Oh. Thank you very much for gifting that to... Well, I'll place this down. Adam. Adam, be sure to thank the owl. Oh, French. Oh, I think you just made a friend. Or neighbor. Upcoming neighbor. Future neighbor. Future countryman. Not neighbor. Where am I going? This way? Yes, this way. Ooh. Amazing how much... Ugh. Oh, I'm so bad at talking all of a sudden. I used to have this issue. It's gotten so much better though over the last few years, but it's coming back. It's annoying. Mostly annoying me. Anyway. It's amazing how much the weather affects the colors and lighting in this game engine. It is. Well, it kind of goes for all engines, really. Lighting is underappreciated, but it's so important. You can have a fantastic world in terms of, you know, the design, but the lighting is going to make or break the feel of the game. It really is. It's that simple. If you have shit lighting, you have a shit game. It's gonna look like shit. A good lighting artist is worth its weight in gold. It really is. Smiskel. If you arrange your name a little bit, you can almost get Smeagol. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Does Skyblivion add many nooks and crannies that don't appear in Oblivion, such as extra caves, minor quests, or other fun stuff? No extra quests, no extra caves, because there's a fuck ton of caves in Oblivion, but it definitely adds a lot of nooks, and like for instance this camp is totally overhauled, right? With the way it looks. I don't expect any content in terms of, you know, new quest lines to play through. Expect new content in that your favorite unique weapon is now actually a unique weapon. It's no longer, well, okay, that's a bad example actually, but your favorite unique weapon probably was a unique weapon. But let's say Red Wave, the quest reward and anvil that you get from clearing the ghost ship, is now no longer a regular saber, with a red enchantment. It's an actual unique saber with a red hilt. Your average cave is now not the same as you've delved through the last 5 times. It's an actual unique location, and it's biome specific as well. The landscape is very dynamic and very different from biome to biome, and that makes exploring in general a lot more fun and interesting, because the locations are more rewarding to those who actually explore, who go and climb on top of a hill, or see a strange tree circle and go there and see that there's a doomstone hidden in between, just to name some examples of stuff that I've done, for instance. And everyone has done their own bit across their respective claims. So there's a lot of content to be found in just good world design and world building, not so much extra quests. We do have some...
Cool, thanks for the reply.
You're welcome. We do have some cool quests that were cut from Oblivion that we might implement, but that really just depends on the questing department. Like there's someone on Nexus who made a really cool mod for Oblivion that adds all these cut quests into the game, and we just ask him permission to use his work. The problem is that, like with the main quest from Oblivion itself, it would need our quest implementers' magic touch to make sure everything works correctly. And this is not something I will even consider until all the quests are implemented. So if quest implementation has run out of work and they cannot help with, doing NPC schedules and something like that, then they can do additional cut quests. But before that, we really need to focus up. Focus on the areas that matter most, and then do additional content like that. Doing Oblivion by itself is already so much work, and I 100% see the benefit of adding unique content to the game as well. But you don't want to spread yourself too thin, and we're already kind of doing that to begin with. So I don't know why those bushes are there. They're Heartlands, Westweld, not Colovian Highlands, especially not this deep into the Highlands. Puzzler, thank you very much for the follow, by the way. Will there be more generic NPCs walking around? That question also kind of depends on the... Not sure why you're here either. You're Gold Coast. The question depends on the location. Like you see me adding some hunters to that camp. In Oblivion there were no hunters. That was not an NPC class. That's something that one of our landscapers has created for us. The Ludus did that. So we're able to add those to the game, to the world spaces. Cities, however, cities already have an adequate amount of NPCs that occupy houses. They have schedules, they have lives, they have roles to play. So there's not going to be any more adds to those, simply because I don't see the benefit to it. I don't see how that improves what's already there. I think Oblivion had a good amount of NPCs. It's on par with Skyrim in most cases. It's just the wilderness that we're trying to touch up a bit more than anything. Ooh, hello there. What other game engines tools do you know? I've only ever used Unreal Engine, Creation Engine, and why do I always forget this one? It's basically the engine if you don't choose Unreal. Truly is something to say for good world design. Oh hell yeah, yeah. Will the absence of acrobatics in Skyrim change the Thieves Guild questline? Not so much. It won't change the questline. It will change the requirements. It'll change the way you achieve a certain objective. Does this work have a meditating effect on you? Yeah. As stupid as it sounds, this project is one of the few things that makes sense to me. Because this project is something that I feel like I'm actually in control of. Life can be very hectic and very, well, life, you know, the dice doesn't always roll in your favor. And you kind of have to roll with the punches, whatever comes your way. With something like this, I feel like you're in a lot more control, and even if you're with other people working on something like this, it feels like everyone is kind of on the same page. And it's easier. It's easy. And being able to just put my time on a project like this and not have to worry about the mundane tasks of everyday life. Yeah, it's very, very meditating, very relaxing. Cool little, I don't know what you call that. Grass crevice? Yeah, it's nice because you're not quite putting your brain on zero. You're not like turning it off. You don't have to think about, you know, the usual stuff that people worry about either. It's nice. Definitely gonna miss it whenever that comes to an end. Vesiot also gifted sub. Thank you very much for gifting one to Menki Manfu. Very kind of you. Cheers. How do you describe what to expect for someone like me who's never played Oblivion? Only Skyrim? I expect a different take on Skyrim. It's a different setting, it's a different story, it's a different look and feel. It doesn't look anything like Skyrim, I don't think. It plays somewhat like Skyrim. Yeah, it definitely plays like Skyrim. But yeah, it's like a game DLC that has nothing to do with the actual game. Don't really have a good example. Maybe because we were talking about Assassin's Creed Odyssey earlier. Odyssey has a DLC which is called something something Atlantis. And, you know, without too much spoilers, you actually teleported to, well, a non-Greek setting, which is where the rest of the game takes place. Kind of like that. You know, The gameplay is the same, and conversations are very similar, quests are similar. Just that everything else has changed. Forgetting which way I'm supposed to work. This way. Oh shit, NPCs. I'm super late, but thank you for checking up. Thanks. I'll see you around. Unity, yeah, that was the other one. Hey Bevden. Illusion, thank you very much for the follow. Unity is the main alternative to Unreal. Made one game in Unreal and it was pretty difficult, but it's an interesting engine and I prefer the monetization scheme. Love to learn CryEngine. Yeah, I love to learn CryEngine as well. I think after Skyrim modding, I'll try and put all my time into Unreal Engine. Here's an idea, add an Easter egg with your name on it, something only visible from a high altitude, like arrange some rocks, spelling Kyle or something. I'm not really fond on that kind of stuff, to be honest with you. Because it feels a bit cheap. It's like, I don't know. I guess it's similar to signing a painting, but maybe it's just my sentiment being different. I don't need my name anywhere in this. That's okay. Plus, a good Easter egg, in my opinion, for a game is something that exists in the space that players will walk through, explore through, and it can be there with 99% of players not even noticing, just running past. A good Easter egg is not something, you know, everyone sees and is like, oh. A good Easter egg is one that you don't notice, or one that, you know, someone will notice maybe a year after release and send me a tweet like, oh dude, did you do this? Or do you know who did? That's a good Easter egg in my book. I don't like one of the worst Easter eggs is what is it? Assassin's Creed, is it 2? Where Ezio is greeted by his uncle, and his uncle goes, "Hey, it's me, Mario," and I'm like, "Fuck off." Game ruined. Yeah, it's not that bad, but I didn't like it. It just pulls me out of the moment because it was a very serious moment, and this idiot just, I don't know, it just ruined that scene for me, you know. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks, yeah, I am. I actually didn't enjoy Oblivion that much, and Skyrim didn't really make sense to me. Is Oblivion what I need? Yes. Skyrim didn't make sense to you? Dude, you've played Skyrim a ton. Yeah, Bullet Whisper is actually my BFF, so I don't know, I think he's just talking shit. I think he's lying. My kids? Figured. How about Far Cry 3 versus Far Cry... Oh yeah, Blood Dragon, that's a good comparison. Yeah, again, I'm super late, so don't mind me. Yeah, oh, I'd at least like to try it. Will the intro of Oblivion be modified for Skyblivion? I think we might just use the original video, because I don't see... Well, we have a good video editing team, so maybe we can do like a little machinima ourselves, actually. That shouldn't be too hard. just realized I didn't put a single bush down here, did I? No, only the, no, I did. Okay, never mind. Sister made a little mod where a lich from Oblivion fought a dragon priest from Skyrim. Interesting, interesting. I'd be curious to see budget estimates for these sort of fan projects. I tried to calculate something on stream not too long ago. And I think just by calculating the amount of money it would cost to employ people to work on it as much as we do, we'd be spending millions already. Having worked as long as we have. Last I checked, I don't have millions. That's probably a good thing we're a fan project. I don't know why, but half these hills were barely painted with grass. Very weird in game. Oh, can we see this? Oh no, we can't. It's fine then. I don't have millions, but you have minions. True. Lucky us. It's crazy how much games cost to make, even the small ones. Yeah. Hey, Clockwork. How's it going? May we all have millions one day soon. Yeah, that's something I can raise my glass on. 2.
Time for a celebration!
Robert. Thanks for gifting a sub to James Wolf. Thank you, kind sir. I don't know why there was a super long delay. Like, it took me a long ass time to see
You've been
who
on
you
for
gifted that
almost
to.
4 hours and the mod isn't finished yet. I'm outta here. Just kidding. Good night to you all.
Hey, listen, I'm a little bit disappointed myself as well. It's okay. Yeah, thanks dude for hanging out. Appreciate it. And see you around.
Greetings!
Schlongs of Skyblivion? When? I'm sure someone... you know what? Do you even need a compatibility patch? Schlongs of Skyrim, that just changes. And like the NPCs to have penises, I think. So, lucky for you, I think that mod should just work out of the box. When you install Skyblivion, you can install your favorite Schlongs mod, and you know, Bob's your uncle.
Lovely!
You know a lot about Schlongs? Hey, what can I say? I appreciate the finer things in life, like Schlongs. I don't know. Thomas, thank you very much for a Prime sub. A minute, no, not even a minute, like seconds after a follow. It's very cool. Thank you. How many millions of polygons do you estimate are purposely hidden underneath the landscape? Ooh. Now that is something I can even make a guesstimate about. You tell me. Someone count them after the release and let me know, okay? Just gonna have to take a sneak peek here to make sure that we're being a bit consistent. It's like the amount of trees are in this area, so very bright. Ah. Thanks for the save. So we're trying to work alongside this line. This is actually our last cell, so that's pretty cool. I definitely want to get this done before I go to bed. Of course, we have to test it out in game as well. Thanks, Hannah, for the save. Hey, George. What's up? I tried to follow the altitude rule when it comes to trees, but it's very difficult to do because most of the time you know you're pretty high up in the Colovian Highlands, but you also know that there's a good chance that somewhere else is a lot higher. Altitude rule basically means that the lower you are to the ground, the smaller the trees are. I'm not talking about saplings, like, you know, little fresh trees, but at a certain point, trees just don't get enough oxygen, so they stay very small. Promise you, it's really something I try to do, but it's difficult. Easier said than done.
By the Nine Divines! Assault!
Oh shit!
Assault!
Hello there.
Who's assaulting us? Hey, poets! How's it going, buddy? Hope you had a good stream. Thanks for the raid. Can we get a quick shout? Never mind. Thanks, Glitz, for the shout out. Yeah, Gamer Poets, if you love Skyrim mods, and if you love someone telling you how to install your favorite Skyrim mods, check out Gamer Poets. Thanks a lot, and thank you, Trusky, for the follow. Welcome on in. Oh, yeah, so hi, everyone, hello. I go by Rebel's Eyes online. I'm the project lead for Skyblivion. Skyblivion, I hear you ask. What is that? Skyblivion happens to be a project for Skyrim that aims to remake Oblivion in the Morrowind engine. Aha! Well, technically, kinda, yeah. Creation kit. Creation engine. It's all kind of the same from ye olden Morrowind days. It's actually in Skyrim though. And yeah, I'm doing a bit of work on the map at the moment. Level design, we like to call that, or landscaping. Working on the Colovian Highlands actually, which is a mountain area close to the Gold Coast, which is the Gold Coast is kind of like a Mediterranean region of Skyrim. The Colovian Highlands is, well, it's a highlands land region thing. So lots of high cliffs and sharp rocks, boulders, pine trees mostly. So that's what we're trying to portray here. If you think this looks like a mountain area, then that means I'm doing my job adequately, at the very least. So yeah, Jackie, I hope that answers your question as well. Just mass placing a shit ton of bushes really quickly. Oh. It's floating. What you see me do is you see me spin them around, because the problem is if you place like a ton of bushes. This is an extreme example because they're right next to each other. But if you place a lot of bushes without, you know, turning them around randomly, then you're gonna see the repetition. You're gonna see that there's, you know, just one bush being used a million times. But just by adding a bit of rotation, by scaling them up and down, you add variation yourself, making the repetition less apparent. It's definitely still there. It's not like you're hiding the repetition, or that you can, you know, make it not be repetitive, because, you know, it's still the same asset. But you're making it less apparent, which I call a win, because that way you don't have to create 13 different bush models, which are pretty difficult already, because it's not easy to find someone who does vegetation, unfortunately. By the way, if you're a 3D artist who does vegetation, for the love of Mara, volunteer, please and thank you. But yeah. Level design tips and tricks from Rebel. Hey Justin, how's it going? Game dev is all about working smarter, not harder. Oh, 100%. I I've come to appreciate games so much that work smart, as you say, in terms of level design, that manage to make the most out of a very limited set of tools and assets. It really sets apart, you know, good level design and mediocre. But, you know, still, it's coming from an amateur. I'm not a professional level designer. Any way, shape, or form. But by diving into games like this, you know, a good practice for me is always, once in a while, to look at an area in Skyrim that I really enjoyed, see how they made it, to see how you could replicate some of it. What's the saying again? Copying is the sincere, most sincere form of flattery or something. Oh, it's not that. There's like a nice word for copy. Fancy word for copying. Imitation? Imitation is the most sincere form of flattery. Beat you guys to it. Beat you guys to it. Oh. So when can we expect your game to release? Ready to wishlist on Steam. Well, first I have to think of a game to do. Then I'll have to probably dedicate another 5 to 10 years of my life to it. No, hell no, not 10 years. Another 5 years to it. And then we can talk. Okay, I think that's the last cell done. Actually, let me get a few in here as well. Middle there. Actually, this is a perfect spot to do something random with no meaning. Don't think anything of this, but
Thank you.
Just make a game called Mod Developer and it's just you going around trying to find talented people to help you on your mod. And the whole game is just like continuous speech checks and trying to find food and water. Like a survival charisma game.
I like it. Sounds good. I think we have a killer idea on our hands. Thank you, Anna. I can totally steal that. Oh. Keep it in mind, Al. Thank you. Yeah, and I'd like to work on something else. I think the problem is, you know, that there's so many indie games, and gaming in general is such a competitive market. Try and find something original. Or better yet, find something maybe not original, but find something you can still excel at, or be better than the competition. It's not easy. Cool. Let's have a quick look at what we did today, shall we? Starting with the ravine. Where's the mine? There it is. Minus 27 and 9. Alright, folks, we're gonna jump in game. And see if this is working out. I hope so. What was it? Minus 27 and 9. Okay, remember that number. Minus 27 and 9. Not a skull we can kick. These ones are the unkickables. COW test for Tamriel minus 27 9. Thank you, Justin. Fuck, I didn't hit enter. Test for Tamriel minus 27 9. How big is the game now regarding size? Currently it is 50 gigabytes, but this is mostly uncompressed. When everything is finished, and it's taken a while to load, by the way, it's not like I'm just talking while not loading in. When everything is finished, we can turn them into BSAs, talking about the meshes and textures, which will save a ton of space. To 13, which will save you a ton of space. That's just rude. How do you disable combat again? Man, it's been too long since I've jumped in game for this kind of stuff. Toggle combat AI. There we go. Expected more? Well, 50 is quite a bit. I think I need to just slightly push it into the floor. Just realized I need to do more with sound effects as well. I should place a few wind gusts and stuff like that. Oh yeah, I think that might actually already be done by the sounds of it with the echo. thing. Anyway, oh, is that a gap? No, it's not. What we added earlier, do you remember those really big purple boxes that we placed? Shit, there's a gap. Those boxes do this. Not sure if I heard it. Wait. Very underwhelming. Is it doing it? I don't think it's doing it. It's supposed to add echo. Maybe it's doing it? Not sure what it usually sounds like. That's unfortunate though. Just gonna need a little bit of patching up. So in my defense, I've never added these kinds of echo boxes to the game before, so I'm not sure how they're supposed to work, but I don't hear the echo. Anyway, we worked in this little ravine. Colovian Highlands. I'll put the game is lagging probably, by the way. It's running fine for me. It's lagging on the stream because I have the creation kit open, you know, with the render window, and at the same time I'm running the actual game as well. Yeah, at least I don't have grasses enabled, so that helps a bit. Not much, but a little bit. But yeah. Ooh, it really does look like a shot. I promise you it runs at smooth 60 FPS for me, even though it doesn't look it for you guys. I'll just walk slowly, so at least that way it's not as bad. Oh, I just remembered, we also didn't add a light source to the campfire. So when I set game hour to 1, yeah, there's no light coming off of that. So kindly remind me to add a light source to the fireplace, please, and thank you. It's the deer. This place looking nice. Ah, nice! Yeah, she's actually sitting on the ledge. That's cool. Do you guys track hours in development for like resumes? No, I think it would depress me if I knew how much time I spend on this so far. Thousands? If I look at the amount of time I've spent playing Skyrim, which is like 2,000 hours, I think it's not weird to think that I've spent maybe 5,000 hours in this. That's cool though, she's sitting there. It's weird she has the blackface bug. I don't remember that being a thing or a problem, but hey ho. That ledge rocks. We don't have a new lich model in game yet. Still has to be done. Okay, so yeah, we worked on this area, which is just wilderness. Worked over here. And then we went down into the canyon. We had the little landslide over there. It's always a bit funny when you see that you spend 4 hours working on this area and you go through it in like 20 minutes. Not even 10 minutes, maybe. That's okay, it's just part of the job. Probably worth it? I'd hope so, yeah. This place looks good. Ooh, this might be too steep. Yeah, this is too steep, and there's also a bit of... Okay, so what do we have? The gap at the rock in the canyon, fireplace light source, and I might need to do something here really quickly as well. Oh, this is clipping too. Not bad though, right? Like it looks good. Thank you, Bullet. My man. Musica. Loud. Where was the camp? There's the camp. Okay. Damn it, Pan. And then here we had that rock. I'm pretty sure this is a rock I just disabled when I should have just deleted it because it serves no purpose. Yeah. Yeah, so that's fixed. It wasn't really an issue, it was just an oversight. Oh yeah, we need a bit of clipping. A bit of clipping. Eat sweet rolls all my life. Where was that? Somewhere around here. Getting a call from Mom, probably to shut up. Oh yeah, there it is. I'm not gonna replace that because slightly moving it will be a pain in the ass.
Brother, please, may I have some more? I could eat sweet rolls all my life. That'd be fine with me. I could eat sweet rolls all my life. That'd be fine with me. That'd be fine with me. That'd be fine with me.
When in doubt, just slap an extra cliff. What? This little puppy.
I could eat sweet rolls all my life. That'd be fine with me. I could eat sweet rolls all my life.
Can you go to Vlaster's? I cannot, and I'll tell you why. So I have a madre downstairs who really wants to go to bed, and I am being loud. So I am going to end this for today, and hopefully I'll be back somewhere next week. We can just keep on trucking. We didn't get as much done as I would have liked. That was 1, 2, 3, 4 cells. So tomorrow or whenever the next stream is, we have to do 8. Could be easy enough. Yeah, we can do these 8. I'm gonna leave this tower alone for now because Caro is working here in the Great Forest. Don't want to interrupt anything, but yeah, this is good. This is good. Next cell will be 23 and 10. Pat yourself on the back. That feels nice. Is this what a compliment feels like? Oh, I can get used to this. Next time I'll try to sit on my hands and make it numb and then pat myself. Feels like it's someone else then, right? Don't ask me how I know that. Asking for a friend, when do you plan on playing The Witcher? I was actually planning on playing it tonight after I got some work done, but then I got into the groove, you know, I got into swing of things. And I didn't. By the way, if you guys haven't yet, feel free to join the Discord. It's the best way to stay up to date with the streams because we have a bot that automatically sends a message out when I go live, which you can choose to subscribe to. So don't be afraid of spam. It's only gonna spam you if you want it to spam you. Those are the rules. Okay, minus 23 and 9. 21, 22, 23. Those. Cool. Yeah, you can subscribe to the bot if you want. Also, I do have Twitter and Instagram, and it helps these days to build social networks up. Or whatever, you know, you're gonna do, either at this point in time or in the future. So yeah, let's stay connected, folks. All right. Other than that, goed aan je mama, will do. Thank you. Yep. That's about it. Appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Not sure if you guys noticed, but I'm wearing my Skyrim 10 t-shirt. Like, it has a really cool on there. So, yeah, thanks. It was a good one. It's good to be back. 2022.
Hello there.
Our year. Let's do this. Topo Skyrim. Sounds like you might just be in the right place, because we appreciate Skyrim here. We're lovers, we're fans. We even have Todd Howard in the background, always cheering us on as we do our thing. So, thank you. Welcome. I'm going to quickly see if there's someone I can raid. So give me a sec. In the meantime, I'm going to run the credits. Thank you very much. See you around. And, yeah, stay schmexy. I think that's going to be my new thing in 2022. I'm going to tell everyone to stay schmexy. Okay, bye. I'm not really gone though. I'm just looking for someone to raid really quickly. Boop, boop, boop. I might raid Sandy again. He's doing a speedrun of Oblivion. We've raided him a few times.
And your eyes are shiny like a double C. I wish you
I'm so tired now. Hey, Prippy. Thank you for the Happy New Year, dude. You too. My pleasure, Trade. My pleasure. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna raid Sandy because I know he's good peeps. Yeah, we're gonna raid a gentleman who's currently speedrunning Oblivion. We've raided him before. He's a nice chap. Yeah, Oblivion is a pretty cool game, and he's speedrunning it, so you know, double awesome. You can copy and paste this raid message if you want and join me. And yeah, like Lit says, good night everyone. Thanks for the support. Thanks for hanging out. I know there's a lot of people on Twitch who stream Skyrim as well, so I really appreciate that you're choosing me to spend your night with. Wink, wink. And yeah. Not much else to say, is there? Other than see you around. And yeah, I think we're just gonna start the raid early. I don't have the patience to wait for the 3-minute timer. So I think what I'm just gonna do is I'm gonna hit raid now. I'm just gonna spam the social links one last time, and I'm gonna get out of here. So yeah, love you guys. Bye.
I don't know about the other RPG, like, it might actually be really good. Whoa, holy crap. Rebel, thanks for the raid.
Hey, you hear that? The guards are coming for you.
If my mic sounds a little bit lower quality than it did last time, it's because